Looks like we're going here now. Hopefully now we've got subtitles and a logo update, a little cleaner. And just get these windows set up while we talk a little bit about what we're gonna do. So today we've sort of moved on from the grassy area. Oh right, and I deleted all the terrain, so we're gonna have to fix the brush as well. We'll add that in. Actually, fix the height brush this time. No, we'll have to be the first thing that we do. So we'll fix the height brush so I can actually paint some of this area that I've been working on. And then we'll go back to decorating some of that area just with a little bit more detail. Just the idea being we've generated like a base mesh that everything's going to be sewn together with for our map editor, and then we need it to look less flat, a little bit more curvature, a little bit more pop to it. So I know it does look good, but what happened was that I built a map and then I broke the height brush and then I reset the map, so now we can't exactly paint right now, so I have to fix that and how the brush works. But that might give us a nice little chance to get into some more deeper brush functions like add, subtract, multiply, or you know, smoothing or whatever we want, I guess, or flattening, whatever we're gonna need is probably gonna be just something I go for, I guess. I don't want to be doing a bunch of brushes. I think I just want the 4 that I wrote down earlier, so we'll go for that. And what else were we doing? We're gonna go for interactive objects being supported on the map in the same way that we've got our props, like the trees. So there's gonna be some stuff that will have extra properties about it, and maybe we want them to throw a few more extra signals or do something specific and not just sort of act as its own independent, smaller object. So we'll work on supporting a little bit more uniqueness in the objects. And then we've got the old camera that I have to fix. We have a whole RTS camera, but it's bound to like a bunch of old logic. We gotta fix that and put that back together so we can actually start moving units around again. I also have to generate the navigation and the collision for the tiles and hook all of that up to a basic menu flow, so I'm hoping time allows for that today. I think if I keep the decorations short, or if I have a quick way of doing that, it should be rather simple to actually do that for the today's stream. So we'll get started on fixing the height brush. So what happened to the height brush? It just don't work right now. It's not applying anything. I've extracted it. The last thing I did was I just sort of got this into its nice own little function that we've got operations we can apply with it now. So there's something wrong with the fall off and all of that stuff here where it's not calculating correctly. So we're going to need some way of actually checking the proper brush function and what we're supposed to do at that point. And I don't know if we're going to be best off doing that outside or inside the function. I'd probably prefer to split it by operation than just do those operations in full each and not have some weird crazy inner logic or something like that. The important part is that we spit out the cells that we have changed so that we can have more effective baking, so we don't have to bake like a whole specific region, but we just actually go and bake those cells individually. So as long as we track which ones we've touched, we can spit them back out, and then we can have a nice update loop that's not going to crunch the editor down. So that's good. Let's start by checking the operation we want. this should be the additive one. We'll start there. And where is this getting called? Here. One spot, and it's only ever add. That's good. And which there, the power that we're applying. So I guess that's sort of analogous to like some sort of strength or something. Not exactly sure how I wanted to manage the actual like weight that's applied, but I guess that's going to be something we could just read from in here because we've got all the properties for the brushes. So okay, dokie. Let's start with just adding a little bit of terrain in. Now is that coming from the end of the brush function? No, this is coming from the update and loop. So this is actually like the handle loop. So anytime that the handle's moved, we actually apply this brush. So I think that's probably what we want for now. The only thing is that we're trying to change. Where were we? Yeah, we're trying to go and set this to a target height. And right, set the corner heights of the cell map. I'm not even sure that we need to put its target height in. But I guess that's probably the best way of baking that stuff. I guess we go set corner heights here. It's a dictionary of whatever. Yeah, so we have to, if we're setting it that way, provide the actual final height that we want it to be at. So if we do that there, that's all well and good then. Because we can just get this target height in a different way. And I don't actually think I need this right now. What we'll do is we'll just add to the image pixel value in the red channel. So we need the original pixel value, or color, I guess we can call it. Get pixel. Right, so we have that. We can go XZ of that. The output color. Oh, jeez. It's gonna be something like the color dot red. I'll just be the color, but we need to. Oh, I guess I don't need to do that. Colors red should get that. And then we want to quantize that color value through the map's properties and generate us a target height. So I need to find some function in this map here that quantizes the actual corner. I guess it's probably something to do with that. What we want is to quantize a color. So that is this right here. Quantize color. Jeez. Well, I guess because it's going to be coming from one channel. Quantize height value. Takes in that, and it should be clear that this spits out an integer. And then we've got... It's probably quite a boring way to start the stream, I can't lie, but I forgot that I broke this, so we kind of have to go through fixing it for a sec, even if it's boring. So yes, right here was this. We get the value from there, and we return this to this. And just make it easy myself. Sounds good. Then we can go back to here. Is equal to the get node 3D dot quantize the color. Or I guess I call it quantize height value. So that still should set stuff in the height. Whoa, it's a bit fast. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that pops up pretty quick. And it's definitely only when we're like moving it slightly. Holy, good lord. So we'll have to pick a better value to draw with than 0.1. Let's try 1/10 of that. Get rid of this here. Initialize clear. Fake, just in case. Much too slow, isn't it? What happened there? Well, that doesn't work. I guess maybe if we're too, if we're too low on the value there, maybe it'll just keep quantizing it at 0. And it's forever stuck. Still a bit aggressive. It just doesn't feel good. It's like, ooh. It just doesn't feel quite right. And I was just trying to avoid it being a stamping tool, I guess. But it still isn't really nicely brushing. Not in the same way you'd expect like an airbrush to work. There's no way to invoke that particular function without moving and dragging the handle. So, ooh, just very intense. It's controllable, but it's just not good. Okay, let's try just expanding on it a little bit. Maybe we don't need to have our own sub-function. We can just have a negative key, or a negative addition, Jesus. Let's control that, yeah. Alright, say that. Yeah. I'll see how low I can go without it being a real problem. I'll just multiply that by -1 and flip it around. So that should mean the Yeah, I guess that's fine. I could probably draw with that. That's probably not cool for everybody else to draw with, but... I don't know, it's enough for me to work on the map today. Which is better than having it not work at all. I would, however, like to smooth some terrain as well. So in here, we're gonna have to make the options show up nice. And then swap the tool around because of that. Yeah, it's just even these tiny pixel movements will do the same. Maybe we can just measure how far off the original grab point we are. And just do a distance-based check to the screen point. And that's how we can maybe apply some of the power. Because it does just go there. It's not really a brush, it's more like towers right now. I could just grab it there and it's still raising that tower up. So that means to get rid of that, you'd have to do something like that. Mostly just pondering for a second. I do like the extra decorations though, that's definitely making them stand out versus the rest of this blocky stuff. Alright, it's enough for me. We'll probably have to refine it as I use it and see the problems. Do I have a way? Yeah, where's the begin handle function? Wow, it doesn't even give me a screen point for that. I could just cast that to the editor camera and just say, I'll just make some crappy brush start. And then we'll just guess, I guess. I can just do this for every handle. Brush start would be equal to the active one. Oh, I do that in both. I'll pull that out. Then I can sort of make a nice clean way of doing this. So the brush start would be the editor interfaces, 3D viewport, get the camera, and we unproject the position of wherever the brush thinks it is. And then I don't know, we'll divide it by like 64 or 96 or something. So it's like stepped. Every 64, increment I go away from the original point, it should lower it some factor. Okay, so we do have the actual camera point here, and then we would say that the power is going to be equal to the point's distance to the brush start. Over 64 is going to be small, I think. And we probably need to, because it'll be one level per 64 pixels. Okay, that's still too much. Bring it way up. Oh, but that's going to be adding it every time too. A bit more tolerable there. I like that. Okay, that's much easier to control at least because you can just sort of pull it. And you don't really have to be too accurate, but it is when it's not like if you go back towards the center, it doesn't reset the hole. Because it's additive and it's not like a set, so that's fair. But if it is like an additive one, I feel like we should be moving that active point around or something. If we're using the height brush, should I move the active? Might as well. Let's try it out. All hit I don't need anymore. Old way of drawing it. And then let us see here. Yeah, smooth that point. I think that's what we do. Yeah, then it works more like a brush, right? Yeah, that's way better. Perfect. Okay, so brush has been fixed. We'll check that off on this guy. And what else was the... Yeah, okay, so we can do some more decorations, I guess, now that that's at least functional enough for me to use and paint around today. Oh, right, we could try the smooth brush too, and do the smoothing. That means that we have to friggin' set the mode properly too, and I hate how this panel's formatted. Ay. It's a constant thing. You just get like, feeling like you're getting dragged down by your own project sometimes by just how large it is. Like, oh, I gotta fix my own editor tool no one's gonna see. Where is that plugin panel? So I gotta connect a bunch of signals. Or just one, let's go to the brush settings panel. Yes, this should do it. Mode change. This is a different thing that I want, right? No, this is this is this section, which is embedded in there. We want the mode is changed here. We want to know which mode it was, so we'll have to just do that in the same order as the enum that I've got for the gizmo. Just be... So this is just a chain signal height. No, what the fuck? Oh my god. So we've got the tool mode here. And the brush mode. The height. Oh my god. Naming things is impossible in code. I should be able to name things mode twice and know that they're different. Okay. How do I split this up architecturally? That we've got one outer mode and one inner mode for other things. So we'll just call that mode. or the main mode. And then we will have enums of brush modes. That's in somewhere else already. Height. Oh, jeez, that's horrible. I have not thought this. I think this is why I probably stopped this one area. So I was like, 2 modes. What the hell was I thinking? Yeah, so yeah, I think it's probably better to consider these different brushes and or different tools, and then yeah. Okay, so tool. This is the height tool, yeah. And then we'll have to have height mode. Height mode. Add sub. Smooth. Flatten. Right, so smooth will be an average, flatten will just propagate that height to whatever's under the brush. That will be fine. So instead of that being mode changed, we go to tool changed. View break. Height mode changed. And we want to emit the height mode. Tool change. Tool. I'm kind of scared about using the word tool there. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't cast it there just for now. Just in case something goes wrong. Cause errors everywhere. So when we go to make the gizmo, need to connect the oh right, because then the bottom panel's in its own thing. Brush panel, the alias map editor. This needs to just connect from here to here. Then on brush height mode. Yes, okay, that will work. This can be this. We'll have to change that. You go away. Okay. Because the signal changed, we're good. Mode change, we want this to be tool changed and signal height brush mode changed. I kind of don't like doing these signal chains, but it is fairly easy to run a signal chain and have like such a nice modular way of building stuff. I feel like it's fairly cumbersome though, and maybe some self-connects would be nice instead of doing it here, but I don't know how to guarantee that in a nice way. Yeah. Tool and height brush mode changed. Emit that in its new mode. So we'll have to reload the thing for a second. That means we get that signal now, so I can freely script around with, oh no, because we didn't when we went to here. We just connected it to set radius. Or no, we did it as a double connection, so I didn't actually do it. Tool changed. Mode change doesn't exist anymore. Tool change to the gizmo. On mode changed, I guess. We can still use it, but we want this to be... Right, that's probably why it didn't load in. And we want this to just be tool. Where are we now? Here. Mode changed on. Tool changed. No, do I still have a problem? Seems okay. And we need to do that for the height brush as well. That means this gizmo needs this, and this needs to be this. And then we need to track the height brush mode as well. This should be a tool as well. Is there a problem with that other script now? More than likely. Oh, right, it's just height mode. You become tool. Just renaming a lot of these because it's going to clean up the naming scheme a ton. Just of how I think of these tools I'm making myself. Mode not here. Oh yeah, this is probably so ineffective. I could just replace all of them. Tool. Match the case, sure. Replace, no. I don't want to replace all of them. Do I? Yeah, do it. Right, because that's not it. Bam, 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 bam. And those two are good. Okay. We're good then. So, in that way, we need a function for receiving the signal to change the tool on height. Brush mode changed. New mode. Height brush mode is just equal to the new mode as a whatever that is. Did I really not call it that? Oh, it must have got replaced. Alright then. I would like a way of changing how those tools kind of look or act, or not act, I have that way, but I would like it to be shown to me that something's a little bit different. It's still extraordinarily aggressive. It ought to be passable. So if we go here, it still wants to do that because we didn't ever check the what mode we're just passing in add there. So Gizmo should have it under set handle. Right here, yeah. So then, yeah, can't we just do, it's in here now, yeah. Yes. My brush, yes, we want this to be coming from a different spot now, so we want it to be this. We wouldn't do that. We do there, there. So then it should stop doing it when it's on flatten, correct? Then we can run different logic for flattening and smoothing stuff, which is, that's cool. So if we go here, back to, yeah, horrible how fast that is. Really wish it was not so intense. Just turn that down, I think. Yeah, I'll just deal with it a little bit. Not gonna give me precise control, but it should be enough to manage. Look, you get nice little spires here. That looks sweet. Although repetitive, very cool. Definitely tell they've been stamped around a little bit. So we could do the flatten brush and the smooth brush, and then we'll call that done for the brush today. We'll start here. We'll just check the other brush modes. And I want to return the cell map right away if we're in a match statement. And if we didn't match anything, I guess, yeah, we'll just return blank. We can start the loop in the same way. Now that we've got our X and Z, what are we looking to do here? Yeah, which function did I write next? Smooth. Okay, so this should be an averaging function. I might want to just read a bit about how this is actually going to go. Smooth brush math. Maybe I'll just get ChatGPT to explain the math for me of what I'm actually supposed to do to get this to smooth. But I think I know what I want to do with flatten. For a smoothing brush, what is the general logic for setting pixel colors? Because I don't actually know. Like, am I just blurring it right now? Well, I guess we'll open this up for flattening as well. And flatten, I think, is actually easier because then I can just read the center pixel and then just apply that and lerp to that in a way. So we can just sort of like do a small shift, like one color value or whatever we want towards I guess that is probably the easiest way to do it, is thinking in color steps or something like that. Because that way I can actually shift the color map, like the height map, appropriately, and it'll track the differences and stuff like that. Man, ChatGPT is broken today. Failed to get my settings. I'm not even in the settings. I'm just trying to start a new chat, dude. What the fuck? I guess I'm on my own today. No questions answered. Is ChatGPT down today? No, it says, I think you're lying. Yeah, they're like, no, we don't have any problems. Of course, they're saying they don't have any problems. Whatever, we're on our own. We're gonna have to just wing it and see what happens. Maybe I'll improve it later. So for flattening, so the center color is going to be boom, 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 get the pixel. And we just want this. And this. And we'll just apply that same R value to all of these pixels for now. Pixel the X and Z equal to the color R. And that should just, oh right, and we do have to spit out the cell map as well. So we can bake that nice. That should be decent good, I think. Go to the flatten brush. Nothing happens. Sweet. Radius plus 1 to should be going there and there. Because I do have to set. Oh, I don't set pixels here. Do that in the bake. Yeah, so I have to be setting pixels in the bake function then. How did I forget where I was setting pixels? Oh. The heck am I setting these pixels again? So we'll go through. Boom, boom, boom. Commit the handle's not it. It's gotta be. We do that there. When we set the handle, I get the brush cursors hit, do. Apply the brush, and we set the corner heights. Now is that where we do that? Or is it only in diffuse? Right, so it is in set quantized corner that we're doing it, and then that would mean that, yeah, so we go boom. Where is that? Is that yes. Okay, so we do set it based on a desired height, so that's fine. What that would mean if I go back to here, and we've got this flatten brush, and I get the color, I quantize it to a target height. I guess I don't even need to do that. I can just get the target height here. Which is just this. What? What kind of crash happens there? Why am I crashing? Please, no. Wow. First engine crash on stream? I don't even know why. Ay ay ay. Okay, well, at least we're here. See the image, get pixel at active point.x and the active point z. Get rid of that. Okay, so now let's try this again. If I flatten here, we'll do a bigger brush. Nothing, really, still. Why wouldn't that run over all of the options here? Radius, target height not declared. Okay. I guess this isn't going as hot as I thought it would be this stream. We're about almost an hour in. I still haven't fixed the brush. That's not good. Are my is my enum and the brush panel set up the same? We have add sub smooth. Okay, so that's probably where it is. No. Cannot convert from a color. Oh, so we are getting somewhere. What happened? It's gotta be soften because of how I misnamed this. So maybe we just flip those around and then I reload that plugin entirely. Okay, height brush. We are in business. Except for subtraction, doesn't want to do that. Did it get erased when it crashed? No. How peculiar. Yeah, we'll have to sort some of that out. And it's real finicky up and it's real finicky down. Did I flip something about this erasing brush? Needless to say, I've been mighty confused today. I would hold and control do it over there. How peculiar. Even then some. Okay. 95 in the alias map cannot convert a color to an int. So what did we do wrong here that we bring a color back? Ah, yes. Get the node 3D, which is the map. We want that to be get the quantized corner. Can I just take this? Map is equal to get node 3D as the map itself, so I can helpfully call all those functions. And then in here, yes, we want it to be get the quantized, no, the map, not, and I get quantized corner from the X instead of the active point. And then I think, wouldn't that help it? Very peculiar is going on here. Why is it so out of position? It's almost like it's like only doing the one side of the brush or something. It's just way outside the range right now. This is very odd. And that's holding control, which is supposed to negate the action. Now it's stuck in subtract. Holy Toledo's today. I must be doing something severely, severely wrong with how I'm calculating some of this. I'm fairly certain that's how we were getting that. Why wouldn't that be the case? This doesn't do anything yet. Yeah, why is that happening? Centered over there. It's negative, negative. So... That's, I think, because I was moving the active point, but maybe at the wrong time. Draw the height tool. Say that the active point is just equal to the... No, we can't do that there. So this is nothing, essentially. And then when we click and drag, we want that to be changing the active point, which is like where we're focused. So yeah, when we do that, we change it. And then when we set the handle, yeah, we change it again. So that doesn't want to seem to affect anything. F12, what is up here? Yeah, maybe it's just doing some weird. Even then some, it's still acting weird. Just in the one spot, it's setting subtract, but it's not diffusing the subtract. Is that because I didn't check for an absolute difference in the baking function? Bake the region. The affected cells bake the cell. It does the baking. Finds the tile. And then where do we diffuse in here? It would be their bake region, bakes the cell. I don't think am I actually not diffusing the changes? We are. Diffuse it, and then in our diffuse logic, yeah, we get the max and the min, so we are subtracting it the right way. If heights and I, that. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where this is cropping up from. Or why it would be. I'm probably doing something really silly, to be honest. So yeah, it is subtracting, but from the wrong place. Now, did I flip something around? Did I do like XZ or ZX or something? Active point X and Z, that should be perfectly fine. X and Z. DX and DZ, X and Z. Doesn't make much sense right now to me. Why does this one work so swimmingly? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it just has like different coordinates or something, and I need to set them using image coordinates. I don't know, like they should be 1-to-1, but like try it in case something is weird here. Yeah, this should be all in pixels terms. That really still doesn't, to me, look like it's going to make a difference. Something are you missing? Was I in the wrong mode? Probably not. That just brings it up so fast. It feels wrong almost. Big brush, control, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why? A little bit frustrated with that, not gonna lie. Yeah, so if we have control pressed and we are doing that, it should just invert. I don't really get why it would do that. Or why it's not in the right position. Am I using the wrong function? Why is it showing up there? Man. It really should just be that. But then why is it so off-centered? And then why isn't it accounting for my brush? Like, I changed the radius. It should have the radius accounted for, which is like handled all in the loop and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know, man. How odd to me. Probably, yeah, it's probably just like really simple and I'm not seeing it at all. But that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be the case that I have to draw like that to do this. This should be 1-to-1. Quite annoyed. I wonder if there's some BS with the match statement or something. Oh my gosh. No kidding me. I'm not even running the full loop. Yeah, it's called waking up and being not fully caffeinated. Yeah. So stupid. I can't believe I spent like, how long on that? How long was that? Too long? Fuck it. Whatever. Well, didn't read carefully enough. I pay the price. Fair enough. So then flatten. Yeah, okay, yeah, I just had the returns thing in too deep and didn't really care, I guess. Flatten brush is way nicer though.
I should just make these keys, to be honest. So like, yeah, that's probably, I probably want these bound to like shift and control shift and stuff, and it's probably the brush. For me, I don't really want that stashed in a menu per se. I'm gonna flatten, grab one that's, you should be like that, right? Yeah, should be able to grab it like that. And then just make platforms like this. Yeah, flatten brush is good. Okay. Back in business. I already checked that off the list, so I thought we were done, but I think I'll cut it at the flatten and the other two brushes there for now. So I'm not sure how much use I'm going to get out of like a smoothing brush. I'll probably just get just as much. Oop. I think just as much use out of a flattened brush as I will a smooth brush. Okay, so we could move on to doing more of the decorations. And the decorations would be like these little stone bits that you're seeing stamped on the side there. So we need to get a lot of pieces done for that to be the case. Where is my blender? The blender crash, and that's, oh no, it's just up to the side. Bring you in. We have to go through this massive, not massive, but you know, it's enough tiles to make one guy go, oh. And we have to add rocks to every single one of them. At least to make it look a little less uniform and a little less horrible. So I think I'm going to do a combination of two strategies, which is going to be have one very low poly thing like this. And we will put the material I need on there and we'll shade it smooth. We'll make this a sort of source piece. So source, well, we'll call it just a black rock. We're just going to toss some like simple deformation, global deformation. So we're going to move a bunch of these rocks around and they'll just change shape. Very, very fun way to make free rocks. So we'll just set a noisy texture. Maybe not that one, maybe more of, what is a good one? Brown is normally pretty good. And then we'll set the coordinates to global, so as we change it, it changes shape. And I like to give it a little bit more of a directed sort of shape. I think this is the direction I want to actually scale it in. And I might just subdivide it a little bit, or chop the back off and then do that. Just to save us a little bit of polys here and there. We'll get rid of those. Just trackball it into a nice spot. I do think we need a little bit more. Hey, subdivide. Yeah, just a little bit more detail and a little bit less extreme. So for me, it's just about getting these little rocks in a place that none of them look all the same, so that we can have a nice breakup from these hard edges. Rotate that 90. And the thing is also from top down, we're going to need to make sure it's not just completely uniform and horrible looking, or holes are everywhere or something. And we also know that there's going to be a triplanar shader on this in the end, so we don't have to worry too much about like these sorts of stretching textures, although it is nice to take care of them just in case we do change the methods later on. submerging that in the cliff is going to be peculiar. I'll grab that and we'll do a few smaller base stones here. Just try to fit them into place without being too crazy on the deformation. I think we're missing one in here. I think that's going to hold nicely, especially around a lot of these corners. So we'll grab all of these, join them together after applying, join them together after applying their visual transform, just getting rid of their modifiers and then merging them into the tile itself. So that'll probably be extraordinarily boring work to watch have done, and it's going to require a lot of tedium and stuff like that. I think the one bit that I wanted to maybe nail down would be the stairs, because I just couldn't make them look nice when I was working on my own, so I'm thinking maybe I can get them good. It's the pressure of posting something public. They need to be a broken up type of stonework that looks more orderly than this. A dirt path I don't find all that interesting. And maybe we can do something similar to that and just rip those other ones out, replace them or something. But you can see like my tiles are protruding and extending beyond their bounds, which is a-okay in terms of making stuff look good. I recommend it big time. So now that we've updated a single tile, my workflow is very clean, at least with this. So that tile should then be, yeah, this should have decorative stuff on it now. And, you know, it's got a little gap there, but you probably won't see it. Probably won't cause too much of an issue. And we'll just overwrite my old set that's in there, unless it wants to crash. Yes, okay, it wants to hide a pop-up underneath another window. Very good. I'll go back to here, and it might not be noticeable because we might not have those tiles in here, but that is the workflow for getting more of these out. So which piece is that? Can we invoke that piece showing up? That's a 0012. So we need an edge. 0. Maybe it's not that controllable right now. So we got that there, that there. Wait, you're supposed to go to the right spot. Well, maybe I'm having a hard time invoking that tile specifically, but that is kind of the work flow of it. But eventually you'll see all of these gaps close in, which will be good. That'll look good. I started to like how it looked. I don't have the big walls done, so it's not gonna wanna show up all that good, not at high elevations. But you can see how that might be pieceable together and how pleasing it is for it to show up. At least for me, I find that wall quite pleasing. I might want to round this out a little bit more like I did with the outer corner, but I do think it breaks up the geometry a lot compared to something like this. I may skip decorating more of that stuff for now, like more of the tiles, and we'll focus more on maybe some foliage that could go there, because like I feel like this is just tedium, and now that I'm seeing the amount of work it's going to be, it's kind of boring. Maybe we'll go through one of the stairs at one point, or I could do this as a whole video, but it feels a little bit out of scope. It feels a little bit more like artwork rather than map editor work, so that's how I would add details in, and I would do it the same way with stairs, though, just joining them into the tiles and rebaking, and it's rather simplistic that way. So we'll save this as tiles. So I definitely want to come back to this one. And let's do some props that are a bit more light. So ones that maybe they block pathing, but they're not necessarily like removable, that they are just a bit more of a decoration piece. So I'm thinking something like a torch or a signpost or something that you maybe have to walk around it, but it would be, I don't know, just sort of there. And like flowers, maybe they wouldn't be good for this area, but something that's has the potential to block paths or not, I would think is going to act as its own separate layer. So if we want to do this properly, we got to cut it 4 times here. So we have 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is our decorative grid basis on those 0.2 markers. So I'll commit the scale, and then I'll just change it so I can see the wireframe. Cool. So we'll make that not selectable. I don't do that, and we'll call it yeah, just the grid that we're working on. So I have this idea that we're gonna make like a prop or something. Like if I go and we'll make a little tiki torch, or maybe some sort of signpost, or something small, tall, and thin. Go with 5 because it's gonna be very small in the scope of the game. And that's just about enough that you need to make it look not so horrible. Bring that up to 2 meters. So that should be 2 tiles tall. I'll scale that in by 25%. Add 2 cubes. Can't use planes for this. It would be nice. Make them nice and sized up. Signpost, I guess, but I think I want a bit more of like an evil spire of a torch or something, just to add a little bit of lighting into the scene. Maybe it's a spear or something, but a spear, if we were gonna dig it into the ground, it'd be the other way. So what does that? Well, maybe we do something that's animated or something. Do a little cloth animation or something with bones, and maybe that would be good. Does that look too much like a game item? Maybe. Maybe we do this as a bit of like a fence thing, like a bit of a way of making things you could see through, but block paths. So I'll generate maybe like a metal sort of thing. I don't know, rusted iron or whatever. Could be nice and useful. I don't really have a nice environment texture that I want. I need like a grim looking sky for getting this right. sort of maybe like a dull iron, and we'll add some noise to it. I think painting this is probably going to be my best bet, rather than relying on PBR crap. Okay, so if we have one of those, I'll do you there, and then we need some sort of way of maybe connecting these to the next one. How would I go about that? Oh, thank you, sir. I'm seeing your comment. Thank you, sir. I think we'll go with more basic cylinders. Yeah, I guess it's not going to be fully centered, and that's fine. I guess what I'm trying to lay out right now is like, what kind of pattern do I want in this fence? Is that going to be okay, or is that like too rigid looking and not going to fit the theme of the map, I think. Maybe we have to pitch these. Could do a plane in the middle, sort of thing, but then we want it to be visible from the top, this fence. I wonder if Lord of the Rings has got any good like inspo images. Where is that place? Minas Morgul. Pull up what I'm looking at, I guess. Are there any good walls of this? How would they do barriers? They're all stone. I need like a metal fence. Cool if they look like his helmet, though. Maybe if we scrap that and we go for more of like a hooked sort of look to it that goes over a whole tile or something. Hey. I'd probably just do this. Yeah. And then we mirror. Oh, that's not the modifiers. I think over an entire tile, this is going to end up looking fairly nice. I kind of don't want this to offend other tiles so much. Yeah, maybe that will give us a nice standard look. And then if I make it maybe some sort of dark material, and then we line that with, line the walls with that. I think I want to blade out this here. Be a good shape. I think that that's probably the shape that I want for like a sort of spirey blocking thing. I think that'll look good. Right, let's get to painting this and making it look a little bit more less plain and horrible. So what do we call this? Like, well, if it's gonna hang over that, I guess I'd want to do one last thing to the shape of it. I will sort of pull it out a bit, because it's gonna hang over a wall or something like that. We're gonna have it hook into whatever wall that's gonna be on. Yeah, that should be good. So we'll toss in like a little bit of grime, a little bit of dirt, make it feel nasty. We call this a, no, not a spray. I just type that all the time. Spire. Yeah, let's call it black spire or something. Maybe we'll have volcanic spires as well. We'll do like a bit more earthy look. On to painting, and probably setting up the material as well would be good. Yeah, where should we move this to? There's probably good. Just need my mic out of the way. Sorry about that. I'll grab a new image texture, whatever you are. Black spire color. Nope. Don't make that name. That'd be pretty small, but the color, let's keep it around there. I don't need these to be big textures at all. There's no reason that we're gonna have to ramp your GPU for this. Alrighty, so what do we got? We want some water runoff and some, oh, we should UV unwrap as well. Yeah, sure, you know what, that'll probably work. Yeah, especially if that's this. The hell triangles are that? 5 ones inside? Oh, I do. Good, we caught that. Angle bit. Okay, it doesn't change, it doesn't give us more space. So we want it to be bright up at the top, which I guess is going to be there on the texture. We can back it. No, what is... That shouldn't be a whole edge. I don't like the way that this unwrapped. Nope. Minimum stretch would be good if it would listen. Hey. I think those are the only places that I'm actually cool with marking those seams. Okay, now why isn't... Still, I feel like I should be allowed more space. Kind of don't want to split the seam there, but it does help a lot. Okay, so we get rid of that seam here. Get rid of those two as well. It is nice to have properly unwrapped UVs that don't feel painful to work on. Okay, so that's that. I would like to reset, please. It just feels like a big area to designate that thing. And if we get that, we should probably do this one as a seam too, so I can kind of unwrap. Cool. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. And then we'll try white again, which I believe to be here. Well, it's a bit more space, sure. We'll start with that. Never really liked going with the ZBrush flow. Just straight modeling, paint on it like Warhammer. Just call it that and it's done. Reason to think any more than that, at least for the games that I make. Like if you're doing adventure games up close and stuff. Sure, but I'm also one dude, so cut me some slack, I guess. There is no team here, it is just me. So yeah, brighten up those edges and we pull in from here. We'll darken the face. Give that classic Warhammer vibe, that Blizzard look. So stretch them down. Boom, highlighted edges. Feels good, to be honest. I always have enjoyed that as a look. Feels great. We'll toss in some darks and lights. It'd be nice if I could balance that on the edge a little bit better. That would mean that it's going to be one of these. Let's see. Airbrush. Feather it in there nicely instead of smudge it like crazy. There, that's there. Brightened up a little bit. You brightened up a little bit. I'll just follow that around where we split the seam. I mean the center line, I believe to be that one, yeah. Do till you're good. Not that this is ever gonna get seen, but it just makes me feel better to have it done. And then I guess we could do that, but this is sort of like where it's gonna transition from light to dark, so we're gonna have a color shift there. And I want some texture as well, and I really should go through, start making my own alpha brush. I say this like every time. Let's hint at it. And just hint at it instead. Get in there on the underside of the grime. Hit it with a purple multiply like I tend to do. I'll probably smudge that mud around a little bit. Fill this in. Do want it to end up darker in the top a little bit. Just a little. Hello, how are you doing, sir? Ma'am, sir, I cannot see. I've zoomed my thing all the way out. I can't see anybody else's call. Hello, person. Hope you are well. That's probably be good for a little bit of grime. I'm gonna have to color shift it, I think, to fit it into this map. And I want some alpha brushes, to be honest. I want to be able to throw in some stony looking textures. Maybe also to, yeah, we're going to throw in a few cracks and fissures in there. Get the color right, so. Get that nice little edge highlight, and I don't want to mess with it too bad, but I don't want that top bit to be pure black. Give it a and I'll need to just hit it with a bit of a, I'm going to hit it with a lot of sort of lighter mess passes and sort that out. Darks too. Nice mid-tone here. I'll just blend that mess right in as if it were some sort of organic noise. Go in with like some other tones of it as well too to really flesh it out. Get that too scribbled. Swirl it a little bit just for safety. I think is good. Does the blurring just the same? May want to re-shade and highlight some stuff. Especially that green bit. I thought I was going to want moss, but I don't think so. Definitely want to hit this like cherry sort of range. And it'd be weird in using that as a sort of shading way down. Okay. Blend some sort of shape here. Hey, that's crazy that it just keeps swapping my color out. Here. See what I can do in terms of making that pull out a bit more shape out of this little fence blocker piece. Just in case we see it like somewhere there that will have a little bit of definition to it. More blues would be good. Especially top of this shape, I want to have it be a bit of a countered sunk ridge thing. This might be a good time to like try to mirror texture over. I'll repaint. That starts to feel pretty good to me. Especially if I can straighten it out a little bit. Here. And it's kind of okay. That's kind of cool with me. I'll go straight on. Clone tool, control click there. Can I mirror the clone tool? That would be awesome. Steal some of it. Oh, I should have saved that cherry color. Throw in some oranges too. Bit of a glow. Here. There are parts of this little area that I'm like, okay, it would be cool if there was like some essence of magic kind of hovering in it somewhere. I do have a tendency to kind of go a little bit overboard with a lot of these pieces. And I'm hoping that in time this will make sense. What are we looking at, I guess, is the question. I'm just sort of drawing shapes that I like, that I think would be good. Maybe it's a gemstone. We do a deeper pass. A very cool look to everything. And if it's the nighttime, we could make them glow, do some cool their effects or something. Way too big, man. Way too big of a brush. Ooh, that is heavily distorted in a way that I do not enjoy. No wonder it's... Okay, so that region just doesn't feel good at all on the UVs. Yeah, no question. Maybe I should have split it in the corner as well. Worth a rebake? I don't know. I think it's worth starting from scratch. Hey, man. Yeah, we're gonna have to rebake those UVs. Those are horrible. What if just like slit it though? Split it. Split it there and why? Why? Just be one that you have to split and it should unfold nicely. UV map 2, bam, and stretch, please. That's even less detail, isn't it? Ooh. Yeah, this is just not a clean mesh to unwrap. There, we'll have 2. Unfold, okay. This should work. Yeah, that should be a little bit more relaxed for us to work on. Just rebake that texture out. Expire, sure. Cool. And then what we want here, right? Because then I can just use the real UV map that works and bake it to the one that we're rendering. Yes, lighting to the image. Oh. My normal's wrong? The heck? Diffuse, indirect, off. Those are off. Man, there's some weird stuff today. Why'd they give me 0 color? For real? No, that's not right. What did I, how did I, what? How did I bake this wrong? Yeah, that is, how did I do that wrong? What the fuck? Seems like I'm getting everything wrong today. Color into the U. And you should get image data. I do that. I should probably shut Steam off, actually, so I don't give away all of my friends' names. All right. Very odd. Alright, what the hell am I doing wrong in this bake that it would not want to bake for me? Do I need to update Blender? or something other, more stupid. What the fuck? Boom. Yeah. Bake. No, you didn't. Dude, what the flying business is going on here? Why would it return all black? What? Okay. I'm not going to question it. We're just going to go with it. Maybe it's because I had to select the thing. Actually, let's go back and we'll put that gradient back on it. Oh, I gotta go back to when I had UVs. And then I guess that's the... Yeah, sure. Alright, back to painting, but with better colors and hopefully a little bit more space to draw. If I do this now, it's still kind of just as horrible. It's like just as horribly projected. Need way more splits than I thought. Just do that again. Show you, select you. And there's my thing set up wrong, probably. Oh yeah, original UV's gone. Okay, now is that going to give us more better space to draw on? Boom. You should be you. I think so. I think that's way better now. Yeah, these actually look normal. Cool. Yeah, that's definitely a way to... Alright, then I can just go in and paint some of this. I'm thinking sort of like half organic, half evilish looking. These edges up. I think it's sort of like almost alienish, but not quite, more like I don't know, just sort of otherworldly or something, like, because it's supposed to be a volcano with dragons there, so I want it to be a little bit inhuman. Get some of these shapes nice and good. Go with something there. No. Just don't like that one. Three here, I think. Yeah, I kind of like the way that that's formatted. From above is okay. This should split into one here. And we should do one here. One here. Can stay there. That looks kind of nice. This feels very large. And then that's probably ready for a bit more shading in that way. Yeah, so just something with like some holes in it or whatever. That's probably going to be better than like a glowing thing like I was thinking before. I tend to start with those like wild colors and then pull a ramp out of it. And it always ends up looking better with grayscale. Should probably always spend a bit more time in grayscale. Just get the values nice. Make sure I like the way it looks regardless of color. And just go in and touch up a little color and it always pops so good. Okay, I'm probably ready to start throwing some of these highlights around. That is going to be easier to do in here. I'm sorry about the mic. Position myself good and then start just gently tapping it. Hey, why won't you draw? What's up, Maji? Yeah, weird. Get some highlights on the lower half because it's supposed to be a hole, especially down here. Widen that out. I was like, looks like it's dripping anyways. And then we start to go like this. Nice. We'll walk around here and just keep going. Ooh, those are some bad edges there. I would like to cut this in so it looks less horrible. Something in that range, and boom. You look drippy, and you look new. Okay. Maybe I'll just copy that idea to the other portions in a sec. But I'm starting to like how this is coming out now. Go in with some black, and we'll hit these higher up bits to invert the push and pull here. We'll push that further into the stone, and the bottom is pushed out into the lighting region. That's actually already pretty much where I want it. That one's going to be a tough one to get into. And I think I just want a little bit here. Not much as we go around that arc. cut that blue out that I was testing with. Blah, blah, blah. Probably end up putting blue back in the shaded parts. Decide which blue later. Came out too wide there. Deformed the hole. Hard to see because we're in the light. Another one of those bad edges from before. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. Hey, don't cut that hard. Bring all that down nice and gently. Ooh, and the last one here. I think there is good. Nice, we're in a good spot. This I missed somehow. And I think we are good to just blur and pull those down. Probably could do just feather that edge nice. It's a bit too much. Bringing one of those steps back. I do just want to very lightly soften these edges. And probably it's best to switch to smudge. I can kind of just drag it up the curvature of itself. Tossing that dark color where it's supposed to go. Pulling it around. Just to smooth that out, and then we'll deal with whatever is happening to the gray right there. And it's going to happen here too. Pretty much everywhere where I didn't really collapse that in nicely. That's good. Nice. Smoothness. Getting touched up. There we go, the blue's gone. Awesome. Oh, why is this like? It was a little flat in there, I think. Still, I can kind of see a little too much in. Oh, maybe just bringing that dark value a little bit further in, or maybe we throw a gradient on it to just programmatically do it. Pixelate it. Okay, that's probably gonna start looking really nice. A little bit more. Stop overdoing every step, Judd. Why must you overdo every step? Oh, I don't know. Just kind of feel like it. Darken in there. A bit more. Through here. think I do too much. Maybe. Maybe. There's something nice about that sort of whatever's going on there. But we're going to kill it. It's that weird, like, I'm too close to something, can't paint issue. Do it over here, just smooth it out. Yoink. Bring all of these maybe to somewhere that's more within the range. Just try to get them just blended okay in that area. These hard edges are just sort of painful for me to look at. Especially when I wanted the edge to be a bit more light than the surrounding bits. That is sort of not the result I was exactly looking for. However, it's fixable. Really smash that so it's flat. Okay, so I'm starting to like this texture. This is feeling good. I want to copy this, or maybe we do more of like sort of like a claw, or like roots that look like a claw that would be grabbing onto an edge that would exist on a cube that we extrude down from this grid. So just like grabbing onto it. So I'll do a little bit of a different texture there because I think it's going to be very nice. And I think that would solidify this piece in terms of like concept wise, because it's just going to be a little edge spire that thinking that we use this to make like guiding sort of pathways, or to make places look a little bit more official in the thing. So maybe on the way up to like the main volcano, there's a lot of these, or they look something similar like that. Either way, I do enjoy the look of it. That would take me to doing these portions, which I want to be almost like a bunch of sort of like big claw type things. So I'll do 2 claw looking shapes towards the back. The same thing over here, but do it again so it's a little bit more, once again, it's asymmed. And that's actually all the way up to the top, so I want that there. You're going to be all the way to the bottom, so I want you there. Just fit them into there, and that looks very cool. Yeah, almost like teeth or something. Very cool. And then these ones can be... it would be cool if these ones like dug in a bit more, but I think we'll just roll with whatever we're going with and see how that feels. As if it's sort of like a rock that's live. Yeah, what if we do 3 here and just offset it? Could be good. Could be really nice. Yeah, oh, that's so sick. Okay, and we'll touch this up colors wise. Now are we doing 4 or 3 back here? I think 4, because it's just going to look way more intense. So we'll just start to fake pulling some 3D shapes out with paint. Awesome. Love that technique, always. Classic low poly. Oh, baby, yeah, it looks good. Oh, man, yeah, we're liking that. Oh, yeah. Dude, tell me that doesn't look sick. Okay, we're in a good spot. I like what's happening to this piece. Okay, I'm getting really carried away with decorating today, but I think I did in the last stream too. So these are my days off of work. So screw all you guys that don't like it, even though no one's watching. I'm gonna do what I want. Yeah, that's sort of the whole point of me starting a stream. I was like, I'll do it even if no one's watching. I'm just gonna do what I want with no shame. I don't even care. So we go boom, 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 boom. And then I think we brighten up the tips of the teeth, but just not where they are split. Get back out of that and just really feather those in, because those are important sharp angles here. And we will just keep going smaller and pushing that out until I like it. I'll start doing this too. I just hope that over time, like, things don't start looking too liquid. God damn, that looks cool. Right? Yeah, let's get in there and smooth out this color per tooth. Or claw, whatever. Womp, womp, womp. We do need some streaking if we're going to make them look decrepit and old. And we'll pull this in and let's give them a little bit of gum here. Yeah, I'm really digging this piece now. Pull this through. That's not correct. Here needs more light. But yeah, where it rounds up. Yeah, the bright teeth are way better. I don't really want it to look like a thing that's fully alive, so we won't put like eyes or pupils on it. It will just be like this. Day in the life of a true gothic geezer. Have a glass of wine with the mates. Go home to my wife Bellatrix. That's good. I don't even think we really need to like pull out any more advanced shape than that. So let's save this because I hate when these things go away. A black spire. We'll save that later. Now what happens if we do a little bevel? Do we get good or bad results? Yeah, I think it'll be good on maybe the normals or just the tips, but not for now. Okay, let's try just exporting this, pulling it in, and seeing what we are doing here. Boom, get that out of here. You UV map, boom. And let's just try throwing a gradient over it. A feeling. I want to bring up the grays, or bring down the grays, rather. Okay. Yeah, because when that's lit up, that's pretty intense. I guess what I want is kind of something in that range. Yeah, screw it. Let's see what it starts to look like. I think it's going to look pretty nice. I think the color in the gray might be a little off. Dragon's Volcano. Yeah, I don't know where really to put these. I guess that means that I'm going to give them their own like source folder and stuff inside the project, and then have something sort of decompose, import, and build libraries out of it. So ought to be good. Let's pull in a spire. Hey, where's my material mine? Do I need to use the full principled thing here? Where'd you go? Oh, you're right next to that one. Yeah, I guess maybe we have to do this. I'll change it to selected only. Okay, for some reason it takes forever. Why? The fuck are you doing? That's not right at all, actually. Okay, isn't that what you did just now? Whatever, man. Such a quirky game engine, such a quirky game engine. Cool, now does this fit into our world? It's a bit bright. Materials, actions, extract material. Did I not? Oh no, I made it only in the Blender one, so just say spire. Yeah, I guess we could put our own thing in here. Extract those materials, boy. And does it always turn metallic weird? No. Yeah, so we need to just multiply the whole thing by that much. Bake some normals out, because that doesn't look all that great. It does add a nice little touch to an area. Yeah, let's do some normal mapping and see what this is all going to turn into. So black, spire, normal. And then what we want to do is take this. Nope. Ramp that, boom. And we want it to be there. And we want another one for independent control to do just a quick little normal map bake. Yes, the height will be equal to that. Sure. No, there's something that always makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong when I'm baking Blender's normals. Because these two things seem to do the exact same thing, they just seem to be multiplied by each other. In some way. And then it never really seems to be all that correct. Especially after we do something like this. Bake those normals. We got normals. Now give me the normal map. And does it produce the same stuff? Hardly. Now the biggest thing is setting this to non-color. And still, it does not seem to have that same punch. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm not doing stuff wrong. I think it's when I export it to Godot, then it has a lack of punch. Why? Why would you be not good? Yes, reload this scene, but do it properly, please. Oh, yeah, dingus, you didn't save it. Oh, that makes me a little upset. Okay, give me some basic terrain here. Something to play with, something to work on. Bring in one of these guys. Where are your normal maps, buddy? Yeah, okay, so we're gonna need to like touch this up a little. Don't really love it just yet. Very good way. Let me show you. Bring me back, you. Odd. Oh, maybe because it's changing the point over time and it's sometimes jumping. Maybe. We go here. Yeah, I think I do actually want to go in and touch up the top a little bit. Boom, 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 and boom. Which would mean we can cut the teeth along in here, but we'll start with the split. And then here, we're going to need to even it out with one. And here we just snap it to wherever I put it to. Boom, boom. Here I can fearlessly triangulate, maybe, no, probably not the spot to triangulate this just yet. There, there. Yeah, I'll take that. That, and realistically, I only need this and this. These two vertices pushed out, and you, and you get pushed out. We'll do the middle one once we've got that other. Go smooth on. And actually, I do want you out as well. That will help us round out this thing a little bit subtly. And then maybe I punch this one in. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be just enough perspective to let us have a good time with this. So we need to mirror this idea to here. Boom, 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 and boom. Boom. Oh, right now we had one more edge in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 1. Wish the knife tool was more fun to use. And then we just triangulate this bad boy here. And we go boom and boom, and you come out. Oh wait, no, we didn't cut along here yet. Mandatory, mandatory. So we bring you and you get inflated outward. And then you get pulled downward. And then to stop this harsh horribleness, to bring up the gum line out here. And we can keep that original one. Starts to look better. To soften in here. And maybe, yes, because we pulled this one out too. That's why it's so pinched in there. I mean, I'll take that for a little piece, especially if we bake it out so it's darker, and maybe we do... Can I bevel this without really making the whole thing cry? I guess. Sure, I'll try it. Okay, that sucks in there. Last one. We do need to keep a little something there. Get rid of that there, get rid of that there. That's still bending inwards realistically. Yeah, then maybe we make it like an inner jaw there or something. And then let us see here. The roughness sucks, that's for sure. Just want to keep baking this. Spire color baked. You come here. You go to you. And you get baked to you. Now, let's try. Doing what I did with the other thing. So that would be some of the way I brought it down. Bake that out. Maybe we'll curl the teeth a little bit too. That might be fun in some way. Normally teeth wouldn't all converge on one point. Just a in general thing. But I think that fits in a heck of a lot better than when it was lighter colored. And then if we put them side by side, looking pretty good. I think for an RTS, does that tell us that that's like a bit of an edge somewhere? Now, we could also use these to, I guess, make some sort of more elaborate pathway, and they can just be like stones or blockers or something. Maybe. Sure. If I'm like fully in love with it yet, though. So if they are like that, I need to think about this one a bit more. I'm not sure if this is like the most favorite thing that I've ever made here. A little ugly, but I think it'll fit in. I guess I could write a spec map as well and tell it to stop reflecting the stuff there. Maybe we just set the specular equal to that? No. No metal. I think the roughness we'll have to command ourselves by writing a map. Mind them. They're not upsetting me, but they're not pleasing me fully. Well, they do pretty friggin' badass. Okay, I might run for a quick break. Not that it gives a living shit. Oh, I didn't even put the game in? the list there. So we've got the fancy edge decorations, what we're sort of working on right now. Let me get out of this scene and show you my screen again. And we'll probably get rid of that off of this scene here. Use the BRB in the intro. So this is supposed to be our fancy edge work here, and it would be nice if I could get a bunch of rocks that were in a row on level 1. Yes, okay, so somewhere here I'll just flatten this out. And we'll play with it on this one or so. Yeah, let's just go here. Grab one of these spires here. Now, I was just thinking when I was taking a little break there that these were a little on the big side for what they're going to be. So I wonder, do I have a unit that I can pull in? Where do we got? Was that it? Unit slot 3D. There's no way that that's the right size. RTS unit. Where did I have? How do these guys make themselves properly? Oh, this will be a fun one to look through. When you can't even remember how you spawned your own units. Who is this guy again? Just a nude man. Thank you for storing a nude man in my directory, everybody. Didn't I have a... Don't you be moving stuff like that. I had a demo scene somewhere. Single hero demo. Was this when I was doing some third-person crap? Yeah. I thought that this game was turning into a third-person game because I was playing a little bit too much Deadlock. Match? Did I have anything? PvE match? I bet it says. Okay. Right, I just have to add all the correct things. I didn't make it build properly, so... I guess that means that I can just put in the elf guy as a... unit for scale. Now, this is not how big people were supposed to be in this. It's way too large for what I was thinking. I'm thinking we do something where people are about that big. So if he's at the right size, people are about half the size in units that they normally would be to make this work. That means that I can scale the map up in XZ by 2. Doesn't take well to scaling when I do the editor, but let's say we reset this guy back to what he should be at. Turn that to non-uniform and do that and that. Go back to the elf guy. Hey, you're fucked up. That's fair. Yeah, because he's a thing of the map. That might be a way of keeping my unit scale, though. That would be good. Either way, let's set this guy to half scale. And we'll call that realistic size for now. And then maybe by standard we scale the maps or something like that. So, oh geez. I gotta get rid of some of these goddamn cans. I guess, I think that might be a better size. Okay, and then the other thing that I wanted to do to it was sort of just warp the ever-loving heck out of it. Oh right, these are bad verts here. Naughty boys, naughty boys. You are some naughty children splitting away from each other. Center, please. Blade that out just a tad. Yeah. Now, what I really wanted to do was have a way of ringing these things a bit more. And to be honest, I'm not entirely too worried about if that's perfect or not, because I should be able to do this now. Grab these guys and warp the heck out of this so it's more claw-like. Yeah, dog, that is what I'm talking about now. So all you need sometimes is a little bit of warping. I think I like that the best. That's way more Fang-like. It's way sicker. It's way cooler. Might do, like, what, how does this look down here if I do that too? Grab, what is it? The vert's probably gonna work. Do I need to cut like that too? Yeah. Probably the safest way around this is like this. Thinking I actually don't even want those two faces. And then I'll finish going around the bottom in a different manner. Oh, down here. Yes. Oh, so much cooler. So much cooler. Very happy with that one. And I guess we could finish painting the bottom teeth here, but maybe I'll just bake that into being some rock. Now, the only thing I'm worried about here now is being a little too above the mark. Pardon me. Oh, that just makes it. For sure, that just makes it. That's so sick. Yep, we're done with that one. That's way cooler. I just have to look good in a line too. And then that's another big issue too, right? So if we go to decorate like that, we do have to just give enough space like there. But like that is so sick looking. I'm into that. Let's do that. That'll be part of the volcano area. Sure. But yeah, because then we can use that as like a hyper accent on like the top parts, like where, like if we have like a volcano or something like actually there leading up to it, or at the top, or like on the top of a cool area that's supposed to be more notable than the others. We'll use those. That's fucking awesome. Let's bang that off of the here. The other one I wanted was a fancy obelisk. No, not a fancy obelisk, but it just needs to be an obelisk, I guess. So that's like the equivalent to a tree, I guess, in this game will be one of these stone things, but we're gonna have to have different rules on when they break. And I'm thinking it'll be permanent, at least for the match. I don't really see a way of like nicely making rocks regenerate that makes any bit of sense. That extra piece, that I think that works in there, especially if we play on these shapes in other places. So if we can get an obelisk to look sort of like this, maybe I could use that texture and rebake some of the holes onto different shape and then refine them with my pen. And then maybe we do the teeth coming out of the top this time instead of like sinking into the bottom, and then we'll have that whole we'll be mirroring and emanating that shape everywhere else. Okay. So you are good, you little spire, you are good. We are going to do an obelisk now. Probably better to move you, actually. Why am I working in 90 degrees? I shouldn't be working 90 degrees towards forward. But I did. Move that up. We'll have it centered on. Yeah, there you go. We gotta pick some dimensions, I guess, to go with. So I think that's gonna work for us. At the top, but somewhere, yeah, 3x3 is probably the coolest. So we'll go scale it by 0.2. And scale it by 3. Scale it by 0.2. Scale it by 2. And then we want this to come up. I'm going to say, let's go 2.5 meters up. Total. I think we'll be good. That'll be taller than most things, I think. Not everything, but it'll be enough to block the pathing of everything. We'll go up there, do that. No, we wanted to go out with this one. And emanate that same toothy shape here. Sort of, yeah, I don't know what you call it, like a bit of like a Grim Reaper's hood or something, that shape, whatever that shape is. Go up. Maybe we even come back in. No, that wouldn't make any sense. But for how we do that, that's gonna look good. I'll leave those up for a little bit of a later choice. I think right away we go for the bevel here. Pull it into around there. Now, those sort of, I guess if we pulled the centers down here. This one probably 2. And the tips will bring up a little bit. And just continue to round those out. Oh, what's going on there? Yeah, I didn't like that. Bad topo. Now, this... that does not emanate the same shape as the other one. Start over. You know what I need to do is look at some reference of an actual spire. Okay. What? No, that's from Dr. Seuss. I don't like that. No, I'm working on the obelisk. Obelisk. Ooh, okay. I like the way that this curves a lot. This will be great for us. I'm going to follow that curve, but over here. Get rid of those guys. And then we'll bring that same profile that I just pulled up on screen into this. So I think we have to start lower. Come into a nice chopped point there. Oh yeah, I think that'll be the one. Now, it's the right way to texture this thing. So we'll go with the same material. I will make new UVs and bake to the original ones after we unwrap them properly. So boom, same UVs. Means I can destroy these ones in this very fun way. I'll capture kind of as many holes as I want, or as I can, in this, from this image here. Ooh. You can go there. You, and you. Be like that. And then these guys, I think I'll bring, oh my god, so many subdivisions. What did I, is this vertical? Huh? Okay. Odd enough. Okay, we're gonna have to re-unwrap this. Get rid of these guys down here. Mark a seam up one edge, I think. And as well as give this some breathing room. There we go. So now I got cleaner UVs that I can deal with. Those are just a bit large, so I would like to sort of clone stamp some stuff around for this one to get the same scale. Alrighty. So let's bake this as its own material. And then touch up, repaint, rebake normals, and add that in, check it off the list. But that'll be after we add it in as a proper asset. So let us see. That makes me think about the rotation of how we rotate these assets when we pull them in, but that's probably just me thinking a little too far ahead. Shading. Black Spire baked. Yes, we want that color to be baked, and we want to save that just in case. And here, get rid of that material on this thing, bring in a new one. Use the original or the baked Black Spire one. We get this then, which is good. Except for here and the black bits that are up top, where it didn't catch any texture. And we'll make a new thing. We'll call it the Black Obelisk. Make sure we've got our good UVs selected this time. So I'm gonna delete the original one, go make an absolutely new one, which should have copied these over, which will then be able to be placed properly without trying to read from the texture in a weird, stupid way. We select that one, and then we go to shading, make sure that's selected, and bake the diffuse texture out to this, and then we go mash those away, and you can go there. Get rid of you and save you, make a new folder. And then we'll start going and doing this properly. So we'll clone stamp all these errors away. And if we have to, we'll just draw new ones. It's interesting I caught this bad zone here. I think starting on this face will be the easiest, and we will pull in as much detail as we can to those upper bits so we can rotate 90 and just continue to pull. So if we go, let's say here, we'll start here and just start going crazy. So there's something wrong with the opacity here. Can I just turn this into full opacity? So we got, yeah, that's way better. Way easier to deal with. Awesome, awesome. We'll get rid of that extra hole there. And how do we rid this area of oddness? Dude, Blender, are you gonna crash? Okay, thank God. But we're crashing for a sec. Okay. If we think we're crashing, we're gonna go and just make some deco sheet, save it, save. Move that, and we'll try to merge that with this in here. And then, can you be you but morphed? Good. We should come over to here if we want to get, no, we should go to here. No. Okay, that's just horrible in here. So let's try maybe this one. Okay, I like how that magically kind of weirded itself out, but let's go in and fix some of those in a sec. Let's try grabbing from here. Yes. Good pass. Very good pass. And we'll set this to here. Kind of grab it. Now this will be a bit of a challenge, I think. Just trying to get this all tidy. Maybe here. Oh. Probably there. Okay. Yeah, and then we're going to need some actual proper color blending, and I want to shave a little bit off these shapes at the bottom so we're not seeing so much repetition. And then we'll do teeth top area, I think. Okie dokie. So can I do it in here? No, you cannot clone stamp in here. That is annoying. Boom, 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 boom. In my room. That was a good song. Cut to me singing that song for the rest of the stream. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. Pull you out. I think here is going to be a bunch of errors. Here will probably be a bunch of errors. Close those two off. That. And this is very odd in here.
I think it's okay to do a little bit of mess down here. Especially if we're connecting to the ground. Alrighty, that's already pretty nice. There's this in here which looks really bright. I don't like it. Wanted to like have that feel a bit more like the texture we're painting. And then this seam we're gonna have to solve as well. But that is easier here. Much, much easier. I mean, radio, like that's pretty good. Only thing is up top, I'm noticing a bunch here. We are going to paint over that anyways. Okay. Starting like that. We got a little seaming here. And might be actually okay as it is. Let's try it. Yay. Show me that thing. Well, you know what? I think that will fit right in when we get the proper roughness and normal maps and stuff. I think that's becoming the texture of the area. I'm gonna call that the obelisk for now. I don't really see any problems with it, but apart from normals. Because that'll work just fine as like a rock here in this thing. Especially, let's try to, we're gonna need this to happen. 2 of those should be enough to like block path there. Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, so let's bake those normals up. Try to move along with some of this to-do stuff. I didn't really realize I was already going for 3 hours. Holy smokes. Alright, so we bump it out. Height. Boom, sure, that's cool. Boom, boom, black obelisk. Normal this time. Normal. Bake. And then we do, whoa, normal bake. That'll be fine. Yeah? Nah. Oh, I'll do that. The hell? Yeah, you're still the same. I didn't mess any of those up. Well, then what the heck? Why'd you use the old one? The old ass. Bang. Take it again, you idiot. Cool. Guess we did leave a lot here to be desired. Otherwise, it's good. Roughness full. I really should fix that. Really shouldn't be just like exporting stuff I know has bad textures in it. Extract material. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna have to move all of these to their own thing. Oh no, want to do extract them to and then fine. Here, roughness. Don't know why you didn't play along. Guess you did. The normal map. Fairly good. I have a feeling for some reason. Oh no, right, yeah, it's this. There's no spec on it. Just looks better. Alrighty. I have to denote those as their own rock, I guess. Alright, there's that done. Get the obelisk all good. And then I think for the stairs, we're going to just use that sort of lighter gray, but a lot of work to go into those goddamn stairs, and they might be more part of the tiles themselves. I may need to take a little bit of a break here. Brain's feeling fuzzy. Alright, after a little washroom break, I think we're good there. I am for sure feeling fuzzy today, though. I think that's apparent in my code skills today. I feel like they're not up to par today. Especially, it's just like missing easy shit, so, I think what I'll try to do, I might have to slim down on some of this to-do list today, which is kind of expected. I don't really have a whole whack of time. I could, what time is it now anyways?
1 p.m. I may have to leave in an hour and a half or so, but I might be able to push it for another 4 hours. Not that I want to stream the whole thing, but if I do get the full time, I think I can actually get all this stuff done that I wanted to get done today. So I might just take a step back into a bit more of a less technical art space, because after a little bit, some of these things tend to rack my brain a little bit, especially because I work night shifts sometimes, so I'm a little goofy in terms of how I'm feeling, and I'm gonna try to get off that night shift shit if I can, but doesn't seem like an option for a little bit. So we'll keep moving on. We're gonna just jump to the bottom of the list now. And we're gonna go with basic menu flow here. I think it'll probably be fairly easy to do. Yeah, I think it'll be easy to do. And I think that we will have like a more calm brain space in doing this, so, and it'll lead into me fixing the old camera, which is something I need to do because I have a whole RTS camera with like proper casting and stuff like that, and it does all the right mouse stuff and it moves units and it's all good. So I think fixing this sort of window flow for a little sec is going to be really nice, and it'll look good on the thumbnail because it'll have a big splash art thing. So we'll get a few more people in here or not, but I know it will help me. So we'll go back to here then. So nothing's animated just yet. I wanted this to be the new menu because the main menu from originally, it just doesn't look all that appetizing. And, you know, I was just talking to ChatGPT, I won't lie. I said, what's like a commercially viable layout? And this was sort of the layout that they were talking about. This, I did not draw this or paint this guy, unfortunate, because I'll have to go in and paint some guy myself. I do like the background though. I'll probably nab the background off of ChatGPT a little bit, but I will likely replace this with a guy that's actually in the game. Or we can modify this guy and actually try to make him, which might be a fun challenge, because there's always a fun challenge in trying to get AI to make 3D stuff. But it's so shit. So trying to get it to do it right would be awesome. We could do it, but we can't. So modeling it from a picture is probably going to be our best bet. We might try to do something like that. So we'll go back into doing some of this menu flow stuff. What I really want is to be able to set an arbitrary amount of options. Or at least in some way, be able to set up a demo match using the skirmish mode. So in here that I set up this morning, we had skirmish and king's draft. So those are just two simple modes, I guess, that we've got. Hopefully this doesn't blast volume at you guys. Cool, I turned it off. That's good. So we're going to be able to pick between skirmish and king's draft. They work a little bit differently, and then one of them will pass you directly. Skirmish should be something you pre-set up and that you want to just play that game. And then if you want to play king's draft, it's a bit more of like a drafting phase. So those are just two game modes I thought might be interesting, at least on local, for me to start testing. I think for if I'm ever going to do online something or other, it would be like purely king's draft or something, but that's maybe like a year away or something, if I'm maybe a year or 2 years away if I'm accurately guessing. But I really hate thinking that far into the future. So let's get this operational. So we set it to skirmish mode, let's say. Maybe instead of an option button, we just have a tab container with all the different options that we want. Oh, local is in here. So what if I just set it up to be skirmish here? And King's Draft. And then from here, we will have to set up individual play buttons for those things, but then we can actually put the options in here ourselves. So it'll be something like a label. We would have something like, oh geez, yeah, like what would we have if we were looking to set up a game? We would want to be able to pick your king. We'd want to be able to pick the enemy's king and stuff like that. So all of that would go into playing a bot on local can go here in terms of pre-setting up a game. Say your king. Do 2 sections, one for the active player, one for the computer player. We would also want to be able to set up the map here. So that's not as easy as a drop-down button, considering what we've chosen as, part of the map. So we'll have to make some sort of a map configure thing here, which I'm gonna guess is one of, yeah, I can probably do it like this. Because it's only 2x2, we will have a map. Whoa. Hey. There we go. Ooh, oh my good gosh. Definitely sloppy today on the code. Not my best. There. Probably just duplicated. I'll probably set this up with a grid container and then do 4 of those and just let them pick. So they'll be able to select the map types. Hierarchy mismatch. Awesome. Don't even know what a hierarchy mismatch would be in this case. We'll make one the volcano. Make one neutral. Swamps. Make one the forest. Make one plains. I'm not really trying to copy Magic the Gathering, but it does seem to be easy. Right, so that will help us select all of that. And then can I put these in a button group? What we'll do is we'll do land northeast. And no, that is northeast, west, southeast, and southwest. Oh no. southwest, southeast. Yeah, okay. Because I kept doing it clockwise, and then this is grid style. Maybe we'll put the map for the king. Okay, so this is going to be like a massive menu if I keep going. And I let the player select everything that they're gonna be able to select here. What we should do is nest these things in preset armies or something, right? Like default armies or something like that. And then maybe we can like tie this whole section into just sort of being more like a lore-based section or something like that. So the armies are just preset armies for skirmish, and King's Draft is like where you actually get to have a bit more freedom. Like, to me, this is the real mode, I guess. But I do need some sort of version of this. Yeah, maybe we just go your army, and it will go with the king's default army. CPU king, or army, sorry. And that's probably enough. So I haven't really like decided if we're gonna have like starting items per se, or if you just buy those like initially as the game starts. I think that's probably the way to do it. Like I remember the Dota 2 times of not having like you'd have to just buy everything immediately, and like the, you know, if you're support, you're buying courier and stuff like that. So I think just having like the store be some sort of built-in overlay screen that you can always access is good. Maybe there are specialty stores. That would be kind of a cool idea. Alrighty. It's going then. So I need like access to the default armies, and I need access to the lands. So this is making me tie in my entire system all at once, which is crazy. Let me think here. How do we get around this in a nice way? So I need to scan the lands folder for all usable maps, and then I need to scan the default armies. Okay, so we'll just put in some defaults here. Two to pick from would be the Dragon Cultists. And what's the other one that we do? Take a Okay, so setting this up to be some sort of demo for the actual modes. I don't have a second army really planned. I think it's mostly just in my notes. Which workspace is that on? Have them in here. No. Add something in, where was it? The characters. Hey, get out of here. Yeah, okay, so I had a bunch that I wrote down that I was like, maybe these will be ones that I go and do. Who knows? Oh yes, the walking castle, the fungal colony, and the fountain. Okay, we'll put all of those in there. Walking castle. Holy fountain, I think was the idea. And we would also have a fungal growth or something like that. Good. That's duplicated down there. So if we try this out, should be just the basic panel that we've designed. I would like it to automatically select you to be something of good nature and something to be a bad nature. Yeah, that'll do it. So we need like an official default armies thing here. Now I had these two, which I don't like necessarily, but I believe it shouldn't be that bad to just totally override these and delete them and get rid of them. So we'll call these the Dragon Cult. Oh no, I don't want to have a new format. What do we do here? Is this a monarchy or some new format? I don't know. What do we have here? Yeah, you know what? We'll just set it to a monarchy. We'll set most things to monarchy now, unless we have a reason not to. Draconis. Cultus. Sure. The dragon cult of the ever-burning volcano. I don't really care about lore at all, so it doesn't matter to me. I just, I sort of just wanted, like, all of my lore and whatever is going to be based off of more like a system than anything, so. And since this is going to be stored in the army's default folder, we can actually just scrape that folder, check that, build the option button, and that's cool. So this one should select number 1, and this one will select number 2 or whatever. Yes, so we need a new unit that is the dragon. Now this guy's mostly like, he's like a state-based thing, so we're gonna have it be Yes, we should give him tags as well. He's a leader. Well, okay, so we're going to start with the dragon egg, and then that will hatch a dragon. So we'll make these like a replaceable leader or something. You know what I should do as well is makes just AI generate a bunch of fucking images for the source art for now. This does not have a runtime. Can he cast spells? I do not know. I kind of want to give him 1,000 health to start. Because he's in an egg, he's pretty good. With regening. Active abilities hatch would be one of them. Maybe we do. His regen is like 0.5 or something, like really low, and he gets 1 regen per level and is not good. And that's why he has to keep like, he would have to keep casting spells or something like that. Yes, okay, so this ability we will call Hatch. Hatch is the egg. Into a dragonling. So he's not ready yet. You still have to feed him and make him strong. But he can do stuff after you hatch him. He's still, he will not be passive anymore after you hatch. That's the only ability he should have for now. Max use is 1. Base cooldown should be 500 or something like that. Like 3 minutes you should have to at least wait. Yeah, sure. Qualifier needs, what do you need here? Oh. Did I not properly, oh, okay, no I did. Qualifiers. Oh, I did not put a particular qualifier on him. Or no, I didn't properly fix the qualifiers. Okay, so what we need is RTS ability. Now, where did I put the qualifiers? Is that something that ability info? Yes, that's where I want to be. What the fuck, man? I'm just gonna guess that this should be an RTS ability condition. It really is insane when you start forgetting your own goddamn library. Like that's something. Oh fuck, did it not save? Thank God. Okay, so you have, okay, you're good. Save, please save, yes. Dragon egg. Okay, I'm gonna boot up Stable Diffusion. I am sorry if suddenly the streaming quality goes because I'm going to be AI generating some stuff. Just gotta make sure I wasn't AI generating nothing dirty before I show you guys what I was doing. Good. Here. I actually don't have a problem with AI generating art, to be honest, because like there's something about it where it's like I was not going to pay an artist. I was just going to let my game look like shit. So there was no artist that was going to get money from me. It just wasn't going to happen. But if people go like, oh, you know, like, you were gonna pay artists. I wasn't. So I was gonna do it myself and make it look like shit, or I was gonna do this pretty much. So what we need is, I think there's it's already set up to do a lot of stuff. Dragon egg. Let's just make some dragon eggs, man. See where that takes us. We'll get save this in Blender as the deco thing. Get rid of this. Save the images. Which image isn't saved? Are you saved? Yes. Are you saved? Yes. Is it this one? Which fucking image? Is it the normal? Oh my god, which fucking image is it? Whatever. Ew, dude. That's horrible. I hate that. Let's bring you out here. That looks like shit. We want it to be a dragon egg surrounded by brimstone and fire. And hellish flames. Metal and stone dragon egg, yeah. I don't really want to waste a lot of time I really don't even care what these fucking images look like. Like if anybody wanted to mod them later, if this game ever comes out. Yo, that's perfect. That's all I need. Sick. I will bring that into the game folder then. Application date. Upside down. Please. Alrighty, so now we've got to start making sure the lords are good too. We've got a bunch that I think will remain unused and that I just sort of generated for no reason at one point. Trying to build out the world, but I really don't think I generated it with any sort of cohesion. I think it was just like, you know, these like one-off characters or something. Like there's a bunch in there that I like, that I want to keep, but I might have to remix and stuff like that, so. Let's do this. Oh, you know what? Is there a general units folder? Did I make that yet? Yeah. Okay, we'll keep it organized the way that I have it. We'll call this the dragon egg. And then he will actually spawn other kings, I guess, when he hatches, so we'll bring the image in. Boom. And we're gonna go boom, boom. Dragon egg. I do not feel bad about AI generating anything. Ha 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 ha. Units, you're good. We're gonna save you as, because it does not belong to this scene. What? Who did it belong to? Make unique. Save as. Doop. And doop. I probably shouldn't store this in like this weird flat way, but I think it's gonna work. They should be named the same as the folder. And then we can kind of start crafting a bit better. Movement speed 0. He will not move. He is an egg. Okay, so we'll need an image for what hatch is, and we'll need some sort of scene file for that too. And we'll need to make the egg in 3D. Games are crazy, man. Games are so much. Dragon egg. A dragon egg. Dragon's egg waiting to hatch. Under the right conditions. Player must feed the dragon egg. Or keep it hot is the other thing. how do I phrase that? Must feed the dragon. Must feed the egg. Must nurture the egg to maturity. The egg will be able to. The egg can cast, hatch when it has reached its heat. Reached a minimum heat and has enough mana, because we'll start with 0 mana. Perfect. That'll be fine for now. Boom, 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 boom. He should be very weak. He is an egg. He should not do anything. He is an egg. That is good. This is good. Type normal. He is a blood type. He's a unique unit. Hell yeah. He is a leader, and do I need anything else? He does not do anything. This is an egg. Yes, sure. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good for that. Then we have to flesh out the rest of the arm. When I go to there you are, RTS army info. Does it set? No, it does not set a certain amount limit. Okay, so I never did that. But it's good. Now, in terms of making this actually something that we can play around with and use, let's try, because we already had a few armies that I forgot about. Let's try adding into the main screen, loading in those armies into, oh no, that's not the right name, that's not the right main screen. In here, when this becomes ready, we want to scan the folders and check for the original, all the army files here. So, dir access. Let's see. We want to get files at armies. Or is it, no, because this is going to be dir access, but maybe we need like the resource loader in this case. Maybe we just try this for now. Armies is equal to that, and we just say print the army. Oh, cool. So it does find them. Perfect. I thought it was going to be much harder than that. And in that case, we want to register these as an army. Oh my god, I keep friggin' the help button. I hit the help button, and then in Godot, it just crashes it right now. Can we update? How many updates do we have? Whoa! Oh no, one of them is the game engine. Okay, we're updating now. I'm just going to, just in case this gets weird and shows stuff I don't want it to show, we're gonna switch this to that.
Alright, just realized I was Snoop Dogging myself. Had my microphone muted for a bit there. Now I don't want to talk, now I'm upset. Okay, that's gonna be fine. We make this tab container expand, I think. No, whatever's not the play button can expand. Will be U3. Will be something. Okie dokie. Now we're getting somewhere. Boom, boom, that's huge and stupid looking. Maybe that massive panel on the side here. So when we hit play, nothing happens as expected. Play panel needs this signal chain to do this. Don't like this function anymore. And we want some way of like doing the menu flow properly now. So we're gonna translate from this scene into some other scene. I guess if we're going from a skirmish, we can just go straight into a match versus a bot, which should be good. That's good. Let me see here. How can I go from nicely? I kind of want a consistent way, so I'm just going to take a pondering moment here. How do we go from this menu into the actual world thing? So we would need to pass through some sort of like match builder thing. And then we can send like match parameters as like a unified thing. So we can say like it's on this machine and it's against these people or whatever. So we'll have a good way of at least managing that. If we do it, I think if we do it with an auto load, it's going to be really good. So I had one thing that was not as good. I would like to make a new script. It's called a match builder. Coming from Rust here. I like builders. I guess we're gonna make this an auto load, right? Globals. I guess it's globals now. Hey, buddy boy, don't do that to me. Right. Match builder. Yes, please add that in. Okay, so what is it going to mean for us to build this match? We're going to need our own match class, so I'm going to make this an inner class for now. No, we already have one, really. Where is this from? Do I have match info then? Match info, sure. We can use that. So we're going to say, what do we need here? What's going on here? Let's assume that that contains all the information for a match, and we're going to say play match or something, or transition to a match. Somehow we're going to say, because this is going to just be 1v1.
at least, like, I mean, I don't want to restrict it to 1v1 necessarily. But I also don't want to give myself a hellish time coding. Uno momento. All right, back at it then. Let's see here. So we want to say play match. No, we can't use that. Dang. Son, where'd you find that? Problem. Match info. Match info, sure. Might toss my headphones on. Stop interrupting. Okay. So if we were gonna play this full match now, what does that mean? Say, so what we've got is some configuration from this play panel. Not gonna play, yeah. Okay, so let's see. We got the play panel press here. Oh. You can't be associated with that. You need to be associated with on skirmish play. Sick, okay. Probably should make it bigger for YouTube audience. Just in case. Okay, so play versus a bot with pre-configured options. What does that mean? It means we want to call the match builder and to build a match. Okay, whatever. Okay, so we want to build a match from options. So which options are going to be available? Let's see here. So in here, we're just going to call this map, grid, sure, player, and we've got CPU. I guess we could just make them all nullable, which would probably work pretty good. So we would do, let's try this. Match type. We'll have a skirmish. And we will have a king's draft. So we'll match the match type to a match type. And it's going to be either a skirmish or it'll be a king's draft. Feeling a little tired of streaming. Getting to the end of it, I think. Let me see where my thing is here. So we didn't really finish either of these three. So let's try to get at least 2 of those done. And then I think I can go have lunch. Okay, so if we're given a skirmish, we accept, or we're expecting that we get all of that info, and if we get the king's draft, we're expecting that we get none of that info. Oh yeah, can't do that. That's not what I meant. So then, at least we can get all the info in there, but then it's probably a cheesy way of doing it. So we'll say it's got a type, so match type, and it's got players A army, should be an army info, and player B's army, which is also an army. And then some sort of thing about like local, remote, connection, something to do with the connection goes in here. Identifier match config not declared in the current scope. Okay, I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, I'm not even trying to like import that at all. What the fuck? Matchmaking match.g match.g. What is happening here? What is wrong with you? Match config not. Yeah, I don't give a shit about this. I broke. Let's just say I broke this. You broke this somehow. Okay, then we gotta get all those. So if we're playing skirmish, I mean, we can just sort of do it like this for now. Let's say we want to build the match, then we just get it back and we play it. So back here we go. This is going to return a match info new. What's the type? Yes, type. Yeah, oh my word. A bit off in the typing today. Not my best work, but still getting it done. That's what matters. Because I might want to do something with this thing. Okay. So then, let's see if this works. So if we play a game, it should just try to quit. So we go here. Here, yeah, boom, okay. So we need a game scene to actually transition into. That will do all of what we're looking for. Let's see here. Do I have something that is part of match? Match builder. What do we have here? What's like world or what if we do match? Match.gd. Right, because this is gonna be the whole thing that is like holding everything. I don't know. This is old. Very, very old. Yeah, this is so fucked. Okay. Let's do it like this, where we go have match builder. Let's go. Now, is this a new folder or what do we do here? How do we call this? How do we do this? There's matchmaking. We don't actually have any match folder, so we'll use this, I think, as the official one. Even though I write this kind of shit all the time, I go, this is official. We'll call it match 3D, RTS match 3D. No, wait, do we? Oh my god, we probably already have something like that. No, we don't. Okay. RTS game. Now is this. These are all so old. Oh, it's brain crunching right now. It's brain crunching. Yeah, we're gonna start from Zilcho here to get it right. I just don't trust that any of those are good. Match 3D, sure. Hmm. I guess it would be up to the match builder to create one of these things. And then we just say use it as like the new thing, right? Yeah, let's have the match builder actually create the scene then. Is that a good idea? I'm thinking that that's probably the best way to do it, is to give all of the options to build a match in here and then actually do it here. So what we want is a spot to handle 4 land pieces, which will be rotated around the origin. Super simple. And then we will have, what is it? We need a units, camera, etc. And this should act as a bit of a server head with an optional local player attached. So that should be good, I think. Yeah, okay. So let's do this as... Well, you know what? Let's just have it for now be just a scene and put in some default land and ignore that for now, because I don't actually even have all of the land pieces built. But we will append in that volcano, no matter what it is. And I will duplicate it 4 times, or 3 times, so there's 4 of them. Yeah, let's just let's do it by here, because I guess I didn't really think of that prop sense. Wait, then doesn't each of these have a light associated with? Don't want necessarily. I need one of these to be at 180, to be 270. Really? Do we not have a nice camera? Yeah. I could just do that, right? At least this is the old one that I had sorted out. It's the right zoom and all that. It seems good. I would play at that zoom. Maybe. Probably play it around there. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. All right, how are we looking there? I bet. Yeah, big old crash. Yeah. What the fuck? So dark. Oh, did I? Oh, because I took deleted all the lights. Yeah. Right. So no collision code will definitely mean that we've got no panning available to us. So that's going to be one problem in trying to get one of these tests to go. Not super stoked on its look right now, this camera. And do I have any? Yeah, because I didn't put any like environment or anything. So okay, so let's bring in a nice camera and nab its environment, stuff like that. As well. Not much change. Okay. So it's a pretty boring looking map, I can't lie. It looks better like this than it does down like that. These are all too bulbous. Much too bulbous. Gross looking and not healing and stuff. Okay, so if that's my man that I'm supposedly in control of, this is probably regular Dota scale or something. So we could probably do with a little bit more geometry and shit like that. I didn't really, this is the first time I've like had a man for scale. But I could also just shrink those things. Yeah, that's way. Try that for a sec. Yeah, I kind of like that a lot. A lot nicer. Those look like something you could like smash or whatever. Cool. So, we want to get camera panning actually going again. We need to add collision. So it looks like what we should do here is we should say get the tree and change the scene to a file match 3D. Oh. So if we go from new menu now, should be able to go straight into here. Cool. So that will allow us to set up a bunch of stuff nicely. I would love to have camera panning back. Let's go stash that. Basic menu flow is done, Zode. Now we need to repair this old camera by fixing the collision and the navigation. So let's go back to here then. Okay, we're in pretty good shape then for the entire stream. We're almost like all the way through this checklist I kind of thought I wasn't really going to get through, which is pretty nice. So the old camera, it's hard to say if it's actually repaired until we do the navigation and collision shit. So the stairs I'm fine with leaving. They're very nuanced things. Kind of ambitious to add those in, I think was the idea. So let's go back one step in our process here, and we'll get rid of this. And we'll just switch back to, where were we gonna go? Back to our proxy generator, and I'll switch back so you can see it here. Okay, so now when we make proxies, I do have the collision and navigation being generated. I just have not added that back into the, the whole tile set. I haven't really found like how I want to merge this nicely with the stuff I've already decorated. I'm probably gonna have to go in and do a bunch of handwork, so it's probably good to get this right off the plate before I go and do 155 of these tiles. I also want to remove these ones, which is a mistake to add in. So I think it becomes back when we go to generate all of these things here. We've got this here and get rampable edges. Yeah, okay, so if that should get rid of those ones here. So let's delete that bait or the proxy generator there, or that one there. And now we're back into where I like here with that. Make sure that we've got the right coloring data on all of this. Looks good. There's no ramp edges here, which would be more red. It just looks like it was flickering for a sec. Hard to tell with all this extra stuff on it. So we've got the nav region for this. That's good, but as soon as we start going to these parts, we can start to see the breakdown of just passing the mesh in raw like that. So what I think we could do, probably going to have to make some sort of thing that does the navigation region separately and will give us at least a base thing to work from. Because on the fancier sets, like when we start decorating this sort of stuff, then we're going to have a big fat corner like this. And that's actually going over even its own bounds. So I'm wondering what the best way is to deal with that sort of scenario. We're probably going to have, my guess, some sort of like the best solution obviously would be to sort of grow the collision in its XY based on its face and then subtract that from the nav, but that's a lot of processing. So I'll probably have to think about how this ought to be pretty carefully. My best guess right now would be how do we get around this? This is going to be a bit of a creative problem, I think. So I'm going to want either a second mesh or an analyzer function. So we either, in the generating function, we generate a secondary mesh that is the navigation mesh, or we use a tool just to analyze each face and see if we keep it or not. Not super stoked on either solution, but I think the analyzer is going to return better results. Yeah, let's go for something that uses Godot's mesh data tool, and then we'll analyze the mesh that's being passed in by hand, and we'll see if it surpasses a certain angle from the up vertical, and then if it does, we'll just reject those faces. So, what does that mean for us in our many proxies? That would mean that we go... Right. Yes, because that will be here. So add navigation here. We're going to have to switch this out. So if it has a mesh, that's great. Blah, 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 blah. This is our issue line. So create from mesh. Right, awesome. It lets us pass in just a mesh. So we should be able to, at least without affecting the data. Let's try this here. Static function. Convert proxy mesh to nav mesh. Mesh. The mesh. Yes, perfect. So then in here we want to, is it the mesh data tool? Isn't that the... I just want to analyze it really. So don't know if it is mesh data tool. Is it the surface tool? I thought both of them were for making stuff. Maybe we can just go in there and get the indices. We'll get faces. But don't I want the arrays? Surface get arrays. We're gonna have to track the format and all that shit, aren't we? Dang it. Okay. Mesh form. So this is gonna be just such a pain in the dick. Get array node. Okay, so wait, how does this come back to us then? It's been a while. Turns the array for vertices normals and make up the requested surface. C, add surface form. What about the format? Surface get format. Right, because then we have to check. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna do like bit flag crap. Not a problem, but it's just annoying. It's just I didn't want to have to do this shit. Like if it was coming back to me in like a Rust struct format or something. God dang it. Alrighty. Well, we'll try it. Okie dokie. You know what? This is getting to the end of the stream. I think I might just have ChatGPT right there. Because this is just... My brain's a little bit racked today. Write me a function that rejects faces that are more than, I don't know, 50 degrees off. I didn't really realize how like exhausting streaming to no one is, but Yeah, you know. At least you're trying to pretend to entertain somebody or something. Or maybe someone watch this later and find it interesting. That's cool. But I didn't really think that this was like my limit. Thank you, ChatGPT, for that one. It's like that then. Not working. Not seem to. That returns an array mesh. All right, this will take a little finicking in here. Can we convert an array mesh? Or am I stupid in thinking I can do that? Doesn't look like it. Does not look like we can do that. But it takes after me. Okay, well, let's just try. Yeah. 157 add service doesn't exist. Sure thing, it doesn't. Makes sense. But then if we do this, it still gives me errors, being like, doesn't even tell me where. This is why ChatGPT just can't write friggin' code, man. It just is not gonna do it. So does Surface Tool give me a good thing in terms of spitting out an actual regular mesh? Do I just need to take a look into here? Array length is 0 is equal to true. Hmm. Maps to original. Okay. Try for the apple. Good. Hmm. Yeah, we might be ending the reaching the end of the stream here. I'm kind of fuzzing out. So it's not finding any indices. Yeah, I might just can it here, guys. I'm gonna have to sort this out when I'm a little less fuzzy. Thanks for tuning in if you ever did, and I will be back. I think on Sunday I'll probably be back.